Okay. I think it's working. Yes, Feedback Friday. Holy shit. Holy. Okay, so I'm trying to make the stream fancier, but didn't fucking work, really. Because I have solid 12 frame per second thing going on, and the chat thing does not work either. This is doubly pain. Okay. But anyway, the fiends are aplenty, Quiet Fire being the fiendiest of them all. Therefore, he gets played first with Song for an Ep Whip. I have no idea what these words mean. Oh shit. Is the thing actually working? It looks, why does it look like shit? No, it's supposed to look like shit. You don't get it. You don't fucking get it, do you? Alright, you get the tiniest, since that makes it look slightly less aesthetically painful to look at. No, I should have like spent more time actually testing this before being like, alright. Chill W cat. No, yeah, this shit all fucked up. I'm not using this chat right now. I'll figure it out though. Let's hear a song. it needs more. It needs more goods. No doubt. And what does that mean? Good luck. Good luck figuring. No, but this part especially just began to drag. Pretty much told me what the intro already said. A bit of lead. I mean, like, just break it out of the loop. Like, we don't need this ARP going the whole time. You know, we can have anything driving the rhythm, anything outlining that progression since it's pretty consistent, right? And we could have more of a sense of dynamics. It doesn't need, you know, like when you just lay down this ARP as the bass line, that's as low as you can go. You just kind of peg yourself there in a sexual fashion. Okay? And you like it, apparently. But, you know, see what other melodic elements just outlining the same chord you can do, and that will give you kind of lower range. It's a lower ground so you can rise bigger, right? And speaking of bigger, this didn't end up sounding more dramatic to me than the first, or really telling me much more. Which sometimes is okay, but I think we could, you know, at least open up some filters more. That'd be the easiest way to do it. Or maybe you can kind of take away the and you just be right, and it doesn't need to be so flat around the bass line, right? Just kind of whatever 16th noting the root notes. You can be you know. When you open your eyes to the real world, you'll see the benefits of the right taskbar, namely being this takes up way more space than this. Nonetheless, we're like the crazy ass unhinged synth solo. I don't know who gave you the impression that DMing me on Twitch was the best way to reach me. Whoever told you that, I wouldn't trust them. Another thing I like to hear in ARPs is like, if filter opening is already cool, it's already so sick, but when you do it with like an envelope on it, so like kind of like the acid bass effect, make it even more impactful effect. You know, like modulate your shit. Like the thing is, like, we modulate the sound design, but we can modulate the entire song. Like the real like root of your song doesn't have to be like a sound. It can be just the harmonic rhythmic ideas. You know, you can put anything on top of this chord progression, and that can be your music theory version of sound design. That was pretty fire. But I'm gonna be a hater. I've heard better Sakura. The first thing that stood out was that the bass processing just wasn't crisp enough. Okay. Sorry, I was kind of adjusting my volumes. No, but the sound design just isn't very clean. Like the high end sounds like downsampled, and let me look. There's a lot of reverb, which you probably want to watch out for. Maybe sidechain the reverb to the sound so they aren't going at the same time. Yeah, just something ain't right with this post-processing. And it could probably have more stereo. Sub is good, drums are good. I don't know. This just isn't giving me like the heavy like, oh fuck. It gave me a bit of that here, whatever flow was hitting here. But beyond that, I wasn't like, oh shit, like I typically expect. I feel like it's almost because like bam, 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 bam. Like essentially, like there's no tension in the flow. It's about it's kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know. And even though we can like articulate it in the end, it's still hitting 1, you know. That might be it. Maybe we can syncopate it more. We can definitely have more noticeable variations in the sound for fun. And just more noticeable pitch bends, you know, kind of go hand in hand. And it's like you do have pitch bends. You go boom, ba 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 ba, right? But there's no tension in that. It just ba 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 ba, right? Versus you have ba 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 ba, right? Like you just have to draw out the phrase longer, I think. And if it's just kind of going between 2 notes, then those 2 notes become the drone. It's the time that you deviate from that there's conflict, and all great stories have conflict.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got no shit on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
His brain is so big.
Do you know who ate all the donuts? A fellow scientist asking that question. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Okay, this was unnecessarily fire as fuck. Goofy as shit, but it is in the goof that we find ourselves. No, like, it just grooved. One thing I would say for sure, more kick, big ass, huge meat on the beat. What I'm talking about.
Got lotion on my dick right now, I'm stroking my shit.
Know who ate all?
And you're very root notey, which is good, but I think just a hair of pitch fucking can go a long way. And like you definitely have a lot of fills with the wacky samples, crazy, wacky, silly samples, but I think because it's so pattern, it can kind of get tuned out. Like I feel like if we have some fills that are more unexpected and dragged out a little longer, you can fuck with people and you can throw some memes in there, or you can put cool sounds too. Yeah, the other thing is like it's a silly beat, but like I think if you really go in on the tension and just really make it a big fucking deal, can go even crazier. Like the build-up hype.
Freeman, stop asking that question.
Stroking my dick, got lotion on my dick right.
Yeah, and I don't know. I crave character and juice. Ruh. Fire.
They might sting you. Make the bees angry.
Yeah, that was quite excellent. It just great chord progression overall. Like you'd be liking that harmonic minor. I think and I also like that, so we're on the same page. I think Sub may be a little shy. Don't quote me ever. And someone said the lead expression. I advise all. Okay. I hear a bit of pitch bends. You can go more on that, but the real secret is vibrato. Y'all sleeping on the bit of vibrato modulation. And a little bit of filtering could also be cool. I mean, I don't honestly think it needs it. I'm just entertaining the idea. One thing is like the bigness of the drop. I think we could kind of squash it a little more, unfortunately. Unfortunately for people with their hearing still intact. Just because like the drop, like it's going, doesn't necessarily sound more aggressive, more hype. But it definitely comes through in the arrangement, which is honestly preferred as to just a bunch of volume and distortion like we love to do. And just a thing for me, I love how in bass music, when it's just super dry and you just, each texture, each bass just throws you around with absolutely nothing to ground you but the stank-ass beat. Right? Take that versus where there's kind of like layers throughout the whole track, like the ARP and these atmospheres. And the chords, which is cool. I really wanted to serve a very musical purpose, like not just sound space filling. You know, be something you can pick out and be like, oh, that shit sounds good. Or otherwise, just for more contrast, you can dry up that atmosphere and just really swank on the basses and the textures. But nonetheless, they're mixed, they're balanced with each other really nicely. And I feel like some of the structure gets a little loosey around as it just keeps going. like the variations are at the right time, but I want things to kind of like motifs, like ideas to point to and be like, all right, I see this is developing. I see you're spinning it this way, you're spinning it that way, you know? And also like the break is kind of just similar in energy level to the drops. So makes it a little less clear and potentially sacrifices some potential hype. Really love your shit. That was really nice. I like it. Mix hyper clean as always, and just yes, it has the vibrations. My complaint though, although this is a lot less loopy than what I was complaining about last time, and I like your individual like vocals and melodies, but they feel like they feel separated. I feel like I maybe want a little more layered clap type. But what threw me off is the fact you have this vocal kind of coming in at the beginning, but then it kind of drops out without explanation, you know? And I feel like most listeners, especially non um, ketamine abusers, gravitate to vocals right now. I'm just saying because I think vocals are important to average listeners, while not as much to us. But when I hear that vocal and then I hear it drop out, it just kind of seems unfinished. Seems unfinished. And you come in with the melody later, but there wasn't necessarily a thread attaching that besides just the kind of consistent loop. Like at the least, I feel like we can echo it out. And then it just. The other thing is like the melody itself. It wants to do. wants to resolve down there, right? Like we can chop it up, you can manipulate it in some ways, for it to still sound pretty natural, or you can lean into the artificial chopping manipulation. It doesn't need to just be do 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 do. It can be do 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 do. You know, there's all sorts of variations you can do on it within the same kind of rhythmic phrase, and that'll give you a lot of leeway. Right, and like in your melody, your melody comes in and it's nice, but like thinking in terms of like a motif, right? You can go bit. That's what you do. But maybe you can go do 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 do, you know, because that pays homage to the previous vocal you had. It makes them sound more connected in a beautiful way. I don't know. Like it's just a very beat arrangement. It kind of just brings things in and out, kind of develop it. But I hear nice melodic ideas and just clean production. I feel we can bridge the gap in the arrangement. You know, break out of these. If that means anything. Yeah, just kind of dropped the lead here. Okay, Schmo, what have you done?
Rice.
Schmo has juice, he has juice. I really like that. He really does have juice. What tickled me is I think when you're dealing with these melodic beats, like kind of fifth stacked basses really are the move, and you used it here in a really unique way. When it's easy to throw them in and be like, "Oh, this sounds like so and so," because certain artists are known to use fifth basses, but I did not get that. Okay, and it's just a nice loop. Like it's just a chord progression I can listen to for a while, or just the bass line. Really, I honestly think we can go a little deeper on the chords themselves, but just the harmony outlined by the bass is carrying. Not that it needs to. And I love that vocal in there. I want to hear more of that like straight vocal squeak thing, as well as I'd maybe like to hear it a little less mangled by the warping. You know, try a different warping algorithm, melodyne it, like just form it, shift it, alter boy, something to make it squeaky but still pleasant. Missing some sub for sure.
Rice.
Like, and something that strikes me a little weird is like I feel like the atmosphere is different in the drop, right? Like, but it's not like you really set it up. You set it up big time for like a super dry, stanky drop. Like, somewhat uneventful in a way, but you still are having some layers going on in the drop, but they're not necessarily the same vibe, the same atmosphere lay down before, and there wasn't really anything to um indicate that. Weird, but I saw what that said. And the simple fact that you're kind of bringing things in and out, like you're just bringing them in and out. But I feel like at least what I like to hear is indications of that, right? You know, maybe instead of just brown that little brass hit, you go brown, just that slightest tease, right? And maybe instead of just straight up removing sounds, kind of just bringing it to silence, you just give it like a kind of tape stop effect to indicate that, to cue the listener. Because really, it's about cueing the listener. It's like I can tell you a story, like the man went to the store, and that tells you everything you needed to know. But I can drag that out. I can give it ups and downs. You know. You know, music. It's poetic. So fucked. That's what I've been fucking waiting for years, bro. No, the drop is just such a gotcha. It just fucking lays down the sub properly. Properly as fuck. And the dynamics of it, like that bass comes in way louder than you were expecting, which is the most beautiful thing that could happen. My critique, though, I feel like this might just be the character of the bass, but it's very like OTT-y, phasey, like, you know. It's still slapping, but I think if we get some kind of cleaner, richer tones, harmonics, let's see what we could. Yeah, they're just like a lot of this like high-end artifacty. That are quite wide and pretty loud. Maybe a little too much width as well. And also the fact that like the kind of atmospheres are sitting more mono, yet the basses are super wide. When I feel like you might want more the opposite. Still want some width on the basses, but you know what I mean. Sub can come up. This is for sure the loudest sub yet. Or it's up there. No, all the subs could come up. Like really? Why? How are you as a Bunting watcher coming to Feedback Friday without competitive level sub bass? There is literally a tutorial for this. No, it's easy enough to just level it. Sub bass is pretty simple. Not that Buckets is guilty of that, just in general. There's literally a hip-hop sub. Incredible, really. This track is like a deep sigh. It is worthy of its title. No, really, that was so great, so great. Like you just started singing on that violin. You had the sign lead. You had the guitar come in. All such beautiful phrases with just a really solid chord progression, beat, atmosphere to back it up. That's really what I want to hear. Break out of these loops, like just start jamming out. It should. No, like this really hit me on another level. Um, Supernatural really way up there. And maybe I just wasn't listening right before, but this track might be the best from what I've heard. And it's interesting because, like, on a surface level, like texturally, it's kind of it's almost like familiar. You know, it's almost nothing new. But like just the content, like you took this kind of Charlesy atmospheric medium, really did something with it. You know. You know, it's just kind of like the same. You're building everything with the same components, but it's just so well crafted. You know, it's like one guy can take a bunch of gears and make like a pile of gears, while the other guy can make a fucking grandfather clock. Looking at. Yeah. No, this is one of the few tracks on FIFA I can confidently say like I would bump this. Unironic. Joe, get the fuck away. The fuck away from me, Joe. Okay. It is tapped into the goodness. I would say like it's just so amazing, really. I don't have words. That good. One thing that's coming to mind is like you're really exploring all this like high-end melodic stuff. For future things, I'll maybe to see how we can bend the rest. You know, you're riffing stuff with the bass, but I'm feeling like okay, we have this kind of sustained bass as the basis, right? But maybe we can give it a bit more attack and release and kind of treat it like a cello in part, right? And maybe another part you can use some different percussion than just the kick and snare, or you can really alter the beat to give it a new feel. One thing though, I feel like this was nice, but I think this development could really be a time to fucking tear someone's heart apart. While currently it just sounded like just a way to mix out and get back into the second part. You know what I mean? I don't doubt the sauce can propagate here. And then kind of same with the intro. The intro, I mean the outro. The outro is nice, but I think we can get just as much sauce in there as like in these such juicy and succulent sections here. Right. I'm trying. But I really, really love that. That was great. I've been for sure on this atmospheric wave lately. Something I really like, you have this like scuba um breathing sound, which for some reason it's just very pleasant. It like it really, like in a literal sense, it gives a character to our setting. And also I like this picture, although it's kind of funky in that like it's kind of going down but like going up. Like I'm not sure. The breathing as a synth patch, that's a synth patch. It sounds really cool. It really sounds like breathing through a suit. Like explore this more. Like explore this super super deep. Like literally build a whole world. Like write a movie, but only with sound. That's something that inspires me. Something you can meditate to. I'd maybe go more in on like reverbs or like just lushness in this sound. 'Cause it just gives me very like 8-bitty vibes. That's not necessarily what I got from here. And something I've been doing on like all the atmospheric shit is just a shit ton of Valhalla shimmer. And I'd like to see where you can take this story more. Because it's kind of like easing into it. Maybe there could be more of a transformation moment, like entering the depths. But when you're in the depths, maybe you encounter something. How would you depict that through sound? Maybe you get more tense sounds. It's really interesting. There's this like audiovisual artist I found who just does like minimal like noise music, right? You might like them. They're called, I'll type them in chat just because I think they're so excellent. I'm not usually one to recommend shit. But I found it really interesting. If you listen to his stuff, you'll find, even though it's just like bleeps and bloops, literally, like there are moments in the song where like, oh, this is peaceful. But the other moment, it's like, oh, this is tense. And it's literally just fucking like computer sounds, basically. You know, it just goes to show like it's everywhere. Really though, like I love the fuck out of that guy. Hope you enjoy that. Yeah. I don't know what else to say other than explore more. Push loudness just a little bit. Push lushness. I feel like something nice with pads is like if the pad's thick enough, you can put all types of shit hidden in there. Like it's like you have a giant velvet blanket and it's like in all the little folds, there's like little gems and treats for Joe. He loves treats. Consumer project. I'll check it out. was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. So I'm just speedrunning it. There is like this white noise hiss that kind of painful on some bass. A little more layered snare, a little more high end. I feel like you're messing with the flow, messing with the beat a lot, and it's kind of a little. And it's like you're riffing between these notes, which gives it like cohesion, but I can't really tell like where the phrase ends and where it begins. That's almost the most important thing to communicate with your listener in your entire piece of music. You know, at the very least, like it kind of can be an effect where you're just like riffing on these notes and just a way that's kind of disorienting. But at the very least, give them a downbeat when like the 4 bars have passed, like the fucking fitness gram pacer test buzzer. And just like a red flag in terms of phrasing, you're laying down this wow, wow, wow. And then you just wow, wow, but then you're wow, 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 you know, like you're just laying down that pretty clear, pretty nice, just wow, 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 tense phrase. And you're like, all right, let's just take that and noodle on it, which I don't like. It sounds amateur. I feel like I hear it in a few tracks on here. You know, like stick to it or give it something truly new. You know, new notes, a new cadence, a new phrase, rather than just kind of noodling on what's already there. You know, not a noodler, right? But like that's really the thing. Like we can check the box for variation, like it's different. But what really matters is that it's telling you something new, right? And ideally, the new thing it's telling you build off previous information, which seems kind of obvious when you say it. But it's hard to clearly define fucking anything. God. Nice. That went. I thought the start was really strong, but I don't know. Lost me a little in part. One thing is like I feel like I have a hard time trying to get super melodic with like heavy sound design, right? Like just for example, that like your bass, which you're kind of riffing off of, is just kind of like a funky, yucky texture, which is I think really nice when you're root noting. But I personally find when we're funking around with it, it's the other thing is I almost feel like there's too each instrument is wanting to do too much in that like you have the chords doing a funky thing. You have the chords doing a funky thing and the bass all doing funky things, right? They're all doing their own funky things. And the drums are not the simplest either. And also the fact that like I would say maybe keep some elements more simple, and then others you can go more crazy on, and maybe you can switch off. Like one part the bass goes really crazy, at the other part the chords can go crazy. The other thing is like the dynamics, like the attacks aren't really lining up. Like the bass is very just flat, it's just bam 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 bam. Yet the strings, the kind of stringy saw synths, they're like coming in a beat after the bass because they have a slow attack, which just doesn't sound very tight. Not very rich sub, and I feel like maybe we can layer these chords. They just have a little more mid-range action. It's weird, like I kind of hear this hummy lead, but it's in the mid-range while these saws are on the top, and I usually feel like arrangement prefers the opposite. I mean, it's just like if you hear a singer, all the instruments, all the harmonies are playing in the mid-range, right? If there's like a concerto, right, all the strings are providing a nice pad harmony, and the main flute is going crazy in the high end, right? Even if they're a piano, if they want to stick out there, being the highest, you know? And it kind of shines here, like you have the ARP and the strings are all high-endy, right? Like where's the distribution? Where's the distribution there? Spread it through different registers. It kind of is, but yeah. And the other thing is like also in terms of like a mix. I've talked about like putting things in different registers. Like is better than trying to EQ your way out of a pit, right? But also like I think the instruments themselves lend themselves, right? Like if you're trying to have a really like gritty Reese bass at the bottom that's like super high endy and full, it's gonna make a lot for you to just layer on top of it, right? And sure, you might be able to carve some room, but maybe you should just use a different instrument, you know? It's like, would I rather like write a beautiful piece of music with like a didgeridoo or like cello? Or like, am I gonna like distort every instrument in my rock band, or am I just gonna distort the guitar? You know, because like there's an art to picking the proper instruments, and normal musicians don't have to worry about that as much because they just get a guitar and drums and a bassist and sing over it, and that's as much as they have to think about it. But we just take the hard way because of our years of social neglect. Okay. Okay.
Somewhere, somehow, they all got chewed up and spit back out. Don't you see what it's like in this deranged, wearing blender of a world? Every day is an agonizing one. You think I'm sick? Well, the only disease I've got is modern life. You think I'm sick? Think I'm a schmuck-busting gauntlet. I still stick my face in the reaping machine for one more day. Think I'm sick? A schmuck-busting gauntlet.
That was fun. From the waveform alone, I can tell we can tone it down a little. I'm not strong on that statement though, because I felt like the variations you had and the fact that you were switching up the beats just gave it a different cadence in parts. It felt very.
Well, the only disease I've got is modern life.
Like it's nice and it's a banger that checks every box. But let's give it a reason to turn heads at the function. So you need to rip off Abatende. The only way it's gonna happen. People want sustain base.
You think I'm sick?
And I get a little tired of the vocal sample spam. And like as for returning heads, like you want something that really breaks expectations. Like there's a lot of build-ups, but how many build-ups like have 16 bars of silence after them? This is what they don't want you to know. I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't I'm not feeling more vocals. No, because then you have a track that just says a new Vengeance vocal sample every loop, which is worse. Unless there's a way to do it better, but I don't know. No, even replacing. more hat. I really want to feel like the groove coming from the high end, like just be something I cannot resist. And the top percussion is what does it. That means more syncopated, more offbeat emphasis, more. Bless. Bless. Bless.
That second guess is dangerous. Tell it like it is. My kids cannot know language. That shit is toxic. And it's not just what I say. It's the tone you put it in. The silence can be draining. The silence can be painful. The silence can be blazing. But still it works the same. Just one touch can equal everything I bled for and everything I need. I'm sorry, I'm excited. I get triggered in my brain. Whatever that you lose or you gain or you make, got the moon that controls the waves.
Why is he holding cauliflower? This is what's right. This is nice. The main thing, I want the vocal. I want moments where the arrangement really serves the vocal rather than the other way around, because vocals are important to people. And I also, there's a lot of variations, but there's not as many that vary the energy, which I think is a lot more felt than the heady stuff. Additionally, I think I want just kind of more repetition. I just want one repeated moment that I can really latch onto and be like, yeah, this is what I'm here for. You know, although like the morphing of it does make it very interesting and very arranged, we must see the value in the repetition. Even if you are to go crazy with it, because if you ignore that, then there's something missing. Maybe.
Carried by the wind, it's a beautiful thing not to hide.
Mix wise, the vocal has this kind of telephone quality. I wish it was a little clearer, a little more confident. And a lot of these like phony, what am I saying? Not like, they also sound like phonish, but not in a bad way. It's just kind of the texture they have, like these kind of chordy sounds. They also sound like they're kind of lacking this high-end clarity, like the clarity of harmonics. And it's like the very fact that you have this very like fluid beat, like hang panny part here. I don't know, it reminds me of that. But then you have this like really pretty fat laying down some saws here. I feel like that's a pretty big shift to kind of just like slip in, you know, and that I can kind of apply that to a few places, which I will not go into detail on because I am done here. There's just so much ear candy here, but give us the ear. If we fill up on candy, we'll be malnourished. We need that protein. We need that side of asparagus. We need the whole food. No, like I'm just hearing like kind of going back and changing how I listen to it. Like really focusing on the bass kind of brings me to enjoy it and flow with it more, because the bass here is what's most singing. It's what's telling us the most musically, the most concrete, right? Maybe it would be nice to put emphasis on that, or have more elements that kind of break through the clouds. You know, it's like you're building a world, but all we got is sky. You know, all we got is ocean. Well, like if we were to follow the logos, we would create duality and earth, sky, and sea. So something was missing in that analogy, but you fucking get it, don't you? Yeah. Loose it.
Like the bitches in your.
Fuck you. Heavy as fuck. Maybe like the most traditionally heavy I've heard from you. Also, there is a human trapped in this creature. I fucking hate Joe the rat. I fucking hate him. It's reached that point. All he does is like try to climb on my desk to pee on my stuff and like get mad at Spoon. That's all he does. Nothing else. Nothing else entertains him. But one thing I'm hearing that I've just loved to do, like on these fluttery guys, automate that decay time. So, you know, automate the shit out of that decay time. That'll go crazy, and you can also kind of brighten up the filter. I hear like the hat's getting side chained by the kicks. Sounds a little weird. I think we can have a little more in the stereo. Like the hats, the tops are very wide, but not much else. I love the harmonic variation. I'm also just feeling like more kind of rhythmic, like fuck yous, like ghost notes. You know? Ghost notes. Like really, I just love taking inspiration from like real playing, real instruments and shit. Because that's some of the most tried and true effects we can do in our arrangements. Now, I think lucid streams would be a wise career move. Lucid OnlyFans, though, perhaps even wiser.
Wow.
surprisingly mean for how scattered it was. I would say a little different kick. Because it just has such a long tail, which I'm not a fan of and doesn't work well with dubstep. I feel like I want a heavier snare. I don't know how long I was muted. I want a heavier snare. Rather than the clap, just because how aggressive it is, the clap feels a little light. I want something to really divide that beat. Really just 1, 2, 3. Discord shows up in all different orders. We have this discussion every week, every hour. Yeah, and it starts off pretty strong, but really like stick to a riff, stick to a phrase, stick to a motif. Just pick something and stick to it and pivot the rest off that rather than just kind of throwing in that new shit. And extend it.
He must be punished. They all must die. You are about the business of wiping humanity from the earth. We will scour them off the land. We will continue to use the night hordes, all the creatures of terror that humanity once drove away.
Lovely cinematic subhits.
There are no innocents, not anymore. Any one of them could have stood up and said, we won't behave like animals anymore. I am Vlad Tepesh, and I have had enough!
That was nice. Something I want to say for everyone. I think so. Like the sub sounds strong in moments, but other moments not as much. But I think we're sometimes just putting it too low. Like you really don't want to go below. Technically, below D sharp, right? I'm trying to get this set up. Unfortunately, okay. I'll deal with that fucking later. Yeah, but like it goes strong, but then it goes so low, and I don't feel it anymore, right? Either that, or we could have some more harmonics, clean. One thing that threw me off is like, I like the build up. I like the intro was hype. I like those sub hits, kind of cinematic feeling, but it was so subby right before the drop, and then the drop hit and just hit me with more sub. It just kind of lost that contrast, lost that smooth transition. Like, if you want the drop to hit harder, just take out more before it. Really, like, it can be as simple as that.
Any one of them could have Tepesh.
And the other thing, it doesn't really sound like it's getting louder per se. Like maybe we can bring up some levels on the drums as it increases.
And I have had enough!
Like it just feels very dense and kind of crowded here. And then the drop hits, and it's also like that. This scree post-processing isn't. The other thing is, like, I want this siren to have a little more foreplay, so it just brown, you know. Well, I'll maybe say brown, you know, just giving it a pause right before and place it more. The other thing is, like, it seems like such a dramatic sound to kind of be accompaniment for the main wub, which it's doing now, rather than just kind of being its own sound with its own sub. You feel? I think you feel. Something tells me. The look in your eyes. Your feeble eyes. Everywhere. Nowhere. This track about to like do something. And this one from my baby girl. See you comment. No, I like that. It was actually work in the sub. That's what we gotta do. These subs are slacking. They're getting the day off. Like, everyone knows if he just shows up, everyone will be happy. Yet some subs go above and beyond. They put in the work because they know they can. Because that's what they love to do. Okay. Yes, you can just show up and hit a root note. Everyone's happy. But show people your acrobatics, your bends, your volume flutters. Show them your dick. DM them a picture of your penis. And you'd be surprised. We can reach higher heights. And I actually like the use of the sample. The clean sample, and very nice. Very nice. Usually I don't. I think it'd be cool to have the sub. You can fuck it even more. Yeah, but the kind of melody. Thirsty ass rat. Okay, I'm giving Joe away. I'm hosting a Bunting Joe giveaway. Okay? He stinks. He drinks his water loud as fuck. He just pees and shits anywhere he wants in the most inconvenient places. Okay. Chris Digby will take him. Alright, is it ethical to mail rats? They do that with reptiles, right? It can't be that bad. He's going to chew through. Good, bro. Get locked now. We gotta rehabilitate him. Something went wrong. Okay, but anyway, fucking the sample. Okay, it's outlining different chords. It said so go up to the fourth on the bass. Go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 semitones. Yes, 5 semitones. Kind of outline the changes of the sample. Could make it deeper. Maybe lusher on the delay reverb in these sections. And also, like, there's more stuff you can do with a sample. Like, you can take one sample and milk the fuck out of it sexually. Okay? And that, like, you can make a whole atmosphere. You can pitch the sample up and stretch it out crazy and then put Valhalla Shimmer on it and you have a pad for the whole thing. Right? You can, like, pitch it up in beats mode, and then you have like a bunch of glitchy little textures to throw in here and there. You can put it in a sampler, make like some loops out of it, and create a fuck. You know, and experiment with it. Because not only is that cool and fun and nice to know how to do, you're almost guaranteed a level of textural cohesion. Healing sleep. Healing deep. Healing peep. Sheep. Meep. Seep. I'm not getting sleepy vibes. That was excellent. Didn't necessarily give me sleep vibe. Maybe more of like a dream vibe, which is very adjacent to played Minecraft. Heard of it, underground. With the type of beats Chris Digby likes to make, I think like addictive drums or just some type of drum sampler wouldn't be a bad investment. Because it's kind of hard to lay down drums on a not rigid electronic beat. I would. I feel like some really lush Morphe pads are great. You're gonna need the Super Mario Galaxy inspo for this. Where the strings at? I just want to feel that atmosphere even more dense. Need a solid floor of low end. Need that mid range healing my soul. And there's just a kind of disconnect between like the richness and then there's just this kind of hastiness on top. Maybe you can have a little bit of that disconnect, but maybe like a more beautiful texture for the top. Or something. The ear candies, whatever. Or the flute on the beat. Oh, see what other nice real instruments get in there. So why not? Okay. Do I need to give any reason? I can't provide an answer. Bless your kind heart. Nice. That's what I fucking want. I want a song that within the first 4 seconds, I'm like, yes, let's fucking go. Okay. like that. Very different for Dean 48. And it didn't sound half as OTT mastering presetted. You failed it. Come on, bro. I want to hear more creativity in the phrase, though. It's really stuck in the bars. It goes 1, 2, new thing. 1, 2, back. 1, 2, 1, 2. Which is good if we're like in like a exercise class, I guess. But we're on drugs, fortunately. And get us off the root note. You could right. You kind of have a bit of bending, but if you did you know, or and see that last one I did, kind of the riff gives you a little more tension, kind of leading to the takes the listener more places. Snare sounds a little fucked, and there's this weird like stereo corpus rumbly guy coming in. I like your Blender stuff. Or 3D, whatever. And yeah, those kind of empty spaces aren't doing us favors. And the hats are doing a thing, but it's not necessarily laying down a big groove. Yeah, I think the kick should be tamed as well. A little long tail. Just a little, just a little. Okay, I actually did a lot. That's the new one I'm working on. It's a little guttural right now, but we're getting there.
I'd like to begin with a fact. Whether in a small town like McAllen or the Rio Grande.
No, I just hit a nice ass one. Let me run that. All right.
Or in Chicago, New York, or Los Angeles. It is business. Big business.
This is like Interstellar or whatever. No, yeah, just, yeah. You know what I'm hearing. I don't know, a little cheeky to reference that. A little cheeky. Big sub. It needs, like, literally just high shelf the fuck out of, like, all the mids, all the highs. There's a lot of headroom. Just not as loud as the rest of the tracks. The sub is there, though. A little more layered snare, maybe different snare. If you're going to be laying down a root note Reese like that and not putting 4 Valhalla Shimmers on it, vacate Feedback Friday. No, and maybe you can, like, put a 5th or an octave on the Reese, or like even a high 3rd or minor, you know, just kind of chord it. Because I feel like you're reaching for a kind of pad sound, but it hasn't evolved yet. It is still the Reese. He's still in this first stage. And in that case, maybe a little more filtered. And I don't really know. I don't really know what's going on with the melody. Sparkly and nice. Maybe we can try to get some dynamics with it. Mess with the plucking, decay envelopes, the volume, filter. Doesn't really feel like this section just kind of leaves me hanging. I'm not really sure what's trying to come across. Like, I hear the stuff, but it's kind of noodly. Like, give us something very recognizable, and give us something that we can more clearly tell where the kind of phrase begins and ends. Or that, or go even deeper on just like ear candy texture zone. And without fail, it has not vacated the root note. Spread your wings and fly. At the very least, hit the octave and 5th for me. Wiggle that pitch bend. It can go a long way for effective slappers. That's what we're here for. Pick goes hard.
I'm saying right, I put my fist up after I get my dick sucked quick, but maybe go. Lotus is a sober little man, they tentatively tinted. Lotus is a sober little man, they tentatively tinted. Lotus is a sober little man, they tentatively tinted. Lotus is a sober little man, they tentatively tinted. Turn and go when I am finished. Turn and go when I am finished.
Okay, that was cool. Again, you just have the root note. Like just the beat and the flow and the simple saws were good enough with the vocal that I didn't mind too much. But we can do more. Literally just half step, fifths, maybe a minor third if you're feeling crazy. And that's 3 steps up for you guys. That could be effective.
When the Lakers lose, it's laid in that baby food. Fishnet legs.
And I'm feeling like a bit of hat pounding, like.
For them eyes that you cater to. Ride dirty is the fucking sky that you pointing to.
Yeah, a bit of open hats could be nice.
Lotus is a sober little man.
Vocal could come up more. Could modulate the basses more. You can have a bit of FM, a bit of resonance on it. Notch filter. Give me something. Disperse it. Like. I'll calm down. I'll relax. Give us something here that isn't just next.
Fishnetted legs for them eyes that you cater to. Ride dirty is the fucking sky that you pointing to.
Like make it a funky film. Give us a new riser. Give us a new texture. Throw in some type of sound design that isn't straight bass. Like literally that a lot of time that's all it takes is spread your arrangement. Like just sound design, but not on E0. This is for everyone. I'm not specifically packing on Conscious Bandit. Because like we have the skill set. Maybe if we're going on the simple deep side, we can have more atmospherics occurring in that type of cheat.
Enquanto menor embrasa com a garrafa transparente. 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 Enquanto menor embrasa com a garrafa. Balançou, a brisa Enquanto menor embrasa com a garrafa
Good. No, like the mix post processing on the bass is so clean and loud. Like I'm finally hearing after my ears being clogged by OTT. Excellent. I would also say, kinda, like it was real slappy. It was real slappy. Like I was like, this shit good when it came in, right? But this part, I was waiting to end. I don't know why. Kind of. Yeah, like just the sustain bass trick. I just like roll my eyes at involuntarily, as well as this just kind of dragged out. It's building tension, but it was just like, rather than just, you know, give me the band. And it kind of like did this, but then it just went on a long kind of like, all right, break time before bringing it back without necessarily telling me anything there, you know? Easily one of the cleanest mixes we've heard in a minute. Maybe turn your volume. Yeah, and I for sure got a bit tired of the vocal as it just kind of repeated the whole time. Like, especially like I felt like could have done more things with it, you know. Yeah, you can get you know, you can go, you know, stretch it out. Yeah, you could like stretch it out for this whole section, but instead we have the same vocal pattern we've had going the whole time, driving me quite literally to insanity. I like how you threw that nice progression in at the end. Tried and true. The sub kind of hitting crazy hard for how sloppy it is, you know, in some way. I like honestly, like the sub is the only thing holding me together right now. No, like it's the only thing that I can really pick a phrase out of, and it kind of kind of holds it together between these two parts, but then it cuts off here, and then this is a little maybe too varied. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of like the pause every end of the bar. Really like, yeah, that's all I can really discern is like the sub phrase. So clean it up. Honestly, less layers, more simple phrases and rhythms. You know, let's be able to tell where it starts and finishes. That's my mantra for today. But I think it's pretty accurate. Maybe we can go in on just like a sub and bass for the main phrase, sub and mid bass. But then like in the fills, you can bring in the vocal and fuck with that. And honestly, sub probably just too loud compared to the mids and highs, just in general. Even though I did like how they felt on my acid taint, to be honest.
Are you ready to accept the mark of the beast? Accept the mark of the beast. The line forms there. Get in line. Maybe we've outlived our usefulness. Maybe we've lived too long. Maybe we're an infection on this planet. Maybe it's time for the planet to renew itself. Sponge itself for all that we Get in line. You think this is a game? Surrender all your dignity. We must win at all costs. The line forms here.
Jesus Christ. That track kind of mogged every other track ever on this stream, unfortunately. Like, why aren't everyone's subs hitting like this? You can tell me, I won't get mad. And why aren't their basses as this crisp? Drums also nice. Snare's not my favorite, but who am I to say that? I didn't really like the timbre of the sound when it got up the octave. I don't know, I'm just picking it up. So the main riff is just so fucking fat and well mixed and relentless. Yeah. And the variation's great here as well. think we can maybe get a little more. Don't need like crazy hi-hats or anything, but just like a little offbeat emphasis, just something to swing it, push it forward, a little dancier. Yeah, and I love the vocal sample. Actually, a good use of the vocal sample, which I don't often find. A good tension. And this fucking layer and all the bendy shit, God. Like this is what bass music should be, for real. Like it's easy for me to forget with how much bass music goes in one ear of mine and out of the other ear of mine. Of mine. I could easily see that getting played out in a very reputable venue by accomplished artists. Okay. I'm not a fan of 5-minute tracks.
When we was together, everything was so great. Now that we parted, one sound I just can't stand. Bringing back sweet memories. He's not here with me. I know you got the sweet memory. I know you got the sweet memory. When we was together, so great.
Okay. It was nicer than I thought for a 5-minute track. You know I'm a hater. Yeah. The obvious thing I could say right away is the sampler instruments could be more expressive. You know, I'd really recommend recording in by hand some mod wheeling or getting nicer samplers. Because I really think that's key. Really key. You want to express with. And also with that, like it's important to express with synths option, but you gotta program it in, design it in. Like really, like this part, I skimmed through it. It's it. I mean, I didn't listen to it, so I maybe can't say this with utter confidence, but it was just telling me what I already knew. You know? And it wasn't necessarily so deep and resonant that I had to sit through it. Yeah, and where's the sub here? Kick's nice, a little more snare, a little more layered. And it's just very loop. It's very loop. You know, and I think if you're gonna loop this long, well, like this track, I really feel like wants to journey with the arrangement, you know. But if you were to loop this long, I think you got to really lean into like, why is it looping? You know, like it better have an absolutely outstanding progression that I could listen to forever. You know, that's the kind of like pop formula, right? Or it can be kind of like techno, and just the elements are so deep and trancy that you just kind of are mesmerized by it, right? But we don't necessarily have those elements here. It's kind of sparse in its arrangement. You know, honestly, I think we just go have more. Kind of lacking low end movement. It's very present. Everything's kind of outlining this progression, but never breaks this progression, which I think is key if we're going to have it this long and want these kind of developments. Like reharmonize under the vocal. The snares are nice. And some things out of that harmony. You have all these layers, but they're kind of all telling us the same thing. You know, give us something that's really singing a lead line, or give us some polyphony, you know? And just could have way more loudness overall. I feel like it's a little weird. You're like setting up this old-timey vocal, but then you just bring in some like kind of different textured vocal to chop up in the drop, which I would have maybe felt more cohesive if that wasn't the case, or you showed off that other vocal more. Something. Why?
Take it back.
I'm not sure what else to say. It's also the fact that like it's just one. It's just literally a 1-bar phrase, kind of repeated the whole time. It's at the very least, give us an 8-bar phrase. Do 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 do, and then you can extend it. Do 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 do. that's already a lot more interesting, I think. And if you do repeat that, you can repeat that for the same amount of time, but by virtue of it being a more complex phrase, it's going to keep them interested for longer, and there's going to be more depth to unlocking it. Feel like it wants to be D&B? You're right. This is the right answer. What I said was probably wrong. Actually.
To them dating, counting sheep on say they and afloat. Carpet with my baby mama, $8 profit from the coffee I bought. Rent a center calling every day. Nobody home, they knocking on the door. Now skirt. That was the only dream that I can afford. Look, I smell like Chanel. I never bought book with my man, your nails. I looking up on the smell like this. I walk with the heart. One and up in the net, then they forget when I get in my.
I love autopan. I love when the whole track is autopan. That's my favorite. Yes. I didn't really want to hear the main elements. I just wanted to hear the way they're moving from ear to ear. So that's perfect. No, it's such a gimmick. I'll stand by that. Like, I think there's nice ways to use it, and part of that includes not using it. No, we can specifically program our auto pans to be saucy, right? Instead of just LFOing it the whole time, as well as you can have it not so dry, so not 100% auto pan. You can have it halfway, or have some type of reverb or delay, just something filling the stereo field more, providing a little padding to that pretty jarring sweep. Right. Beat goes hard.
From the coffee I bought. Rent a center calling every day. Nobody home, they knocking on the door. Now skirt.
Snare, very somatics, but I honestly don't. Filter those claps a little. I'm not a fan of just throwing random chants in either. Like two things that really scream noob for me, like newbie producer, it's the hella auto pan and like trap chants. More than anything. And I'm not making it personal because I hear this in so many tracks. This sub is mean as fuck though.
Knocking on the door. Now skirt. That was the only dream that I can afford.
More of this shit. I feel like maybe we can get some fucky trappy pitch shit. So we can get jumping octaves, playing a little more with the rhythm. Maybe pitch bends, vibrato to kind of express it. Scream that shit more. FM, what part?
Yo, what's up in it? Looking kinda suspicious. Why the fuck you wearing Abercrombie round the bitches? On her knees, think I'm Jesus, she religious. As the Holy Ghost, this will only take a minute. 2020, 10, on my Benny bands. In a Benny band bands, get a tippy top talk. From my Fanny fan, I call her friendly friends. Many men can, many choose not. Yo, what's up in it? Looking kinda
I'll say it for the whatever the fucketh time. Snarly so slept on. Like the groove insane. Drop this at the function. The bitches will not know what to do with their ass.
Why the fuck you wearing Abercrombie?
More sub. Push that sub. Lead's pretty loud.
On her knees, think I'm Jesus, she religious. As the Holy Ghost, sister. All her friendly friends, many.
Could maybe fuck with top percussion more.
Yeah, many choose not. It's a business, looking kinda suspicious. Why the fuck you wearing Abercrombie on a bitch?
This is way too much Riz for one white boy to have. That's my feedback. And he got the t-shirt with his logo, man. That's just disrespecting on him.
Bitches, on her knees, think I'm Jesus, she religious. As the Holy
Push up the vocal a little bit, push up the sub a little bit. And watch how much auto painting. It's getting there. It's getting there. And like drop all these. Drop all. And could honestly like you post such short clips, but I think you could just like milk the intro tension a little longer. Just to pad it, and I think you could build more hype off that, because you deserve to build all the hype. Like, some dudes be making the biggest build-ups to fucking give me 2 little spurts, bro, while you carrying the meat on you. Most humbly, dare I say. Good. Good. Very good. I don't like long songs, but I sat through it, so. I mean, I can enjoy a long song, but for feedback stream. No, this is really quality. Like, probably some of the most quality, like, techno, house, transform the floor, whatever the fuck. Right on that. But I just love that simple bass line. Bam, 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 bam. And I felt like it didn't necessarily get boring because of how just trancey and just entertaining the simple repeated phrases were. Right? And there's kind of nonstop tension in opening all the filters and automating all the effects, which I think is really key. Even though a lot of time it can be written off as, oh, ear candy. Fuck you. Good. I think experiment even more with the kind of textures, ear candy, and atmosphere, and just see where you can trim it, because of course there's an audience that will sit through it, but big juicy butts. That's what I'm talking about. I'm sure we can make some compromise. And honestly, like, I just like this drum and sub more than anything else, which maybe speaks that we can have arrangement that more serves that. I don't know. I wasn't particularly crazily tickled by the acidy sound. That's just me. No, like, it reminds me of something like Turny and Sound said, in that, like, they write their sub and drums first always, and they pretty much just like build sound design on top of it, then tear it down until it feels right. Because I really think all that is true in this style of music. Bassy music, it has to come from the drums and sub. I mean, it varies, but you get what I'm talking about. Dark.
I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up, because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
That was beautiful. I like the main plucky lead, but when I heard this come in, That sounds Bunting tutorial AF. And we do not support Bunting tutorial sounds in here. This first lead bodied everything else. This lead was lowest on the hierarchy. This lead was in the middle. Subs were mean as fuck and loud and proper and big. Watch how the mids and lows stack up, especially since this bass can get so midi. I wouldn't say just hard cut it off, but just see what we can do, because it can get a little messy. I fucking love those little, like, sub ornaments. That's what they are, really. Ornaments. I think we can fuck with some saucy type fills and parts. Just something to give it a contrast, give it more depth, more character. I agree though. Crazy as how blood curling type shit. I agree. Like stuff like that to really nail in the vibe, the atmosphere. It's definitely felt, but I feel like it's not really expanded upon. It just kind of goes full banger mode, which is great, but I think we can have both. I like that a lot. Quite proper in it. My selector. I like that. Probably some of the better I've heard from you. Super bouncy, and I found the sound design really funky. It's I guess like that kind of Leo Tricks-ish type. Just I just love the texture of it. It's very sci-fi. That sound a little shy. It ends up feeling a little flat. Like it's bouncy at first. Could have more loudness. The sub is really loud, but the highs and such aren't getting there. And it just sounds flat because it's all rhythm. Like give us a new texture, give us a fake out with no drums, give us sub only for a section, take us to an atmospheric bit. I did really like these kind of modulations here. I can go even more. I can have some moments where we have a call and a fill at the end, sandwich technique. I mean, just skimming through it, I could just hear my brain telling me, what the hell, bro? Or you can have automations on it. Like, I imagine, like, we can have the kind of classic rhythmy delay, but it kind of, like, gets automated up and down, kind of reverb throw effect. That kind of dynamic. The fuck? Oh. Okay, the chat just wasn't loading. I didn't see that. Unfortunately, did not need to be as long as it was. I like the vibe. I like the aesthetic and the poetry I have going. One big thing for me, it's trying to be DNB, yet it's lacking in the DNB. Like, sure, it has the kind of BPM, although it feels a little slower than DNB maybe, as well as the snare, maybe a little better snare. But what really throws me off, there's no breakbeat. There's no breakbeat high-end stuff going on. Half the appeal of making it DNB. I feel like it gets the kind of sci-fi vibe down nicely, though. Like, really, like the development you have here, great. Literally, just do that more. Do that more. Like, we reach this level, okay? Now, how might we take it up another level, right? And then how might we take it another level from there? Then how might we take it down, except we're not taking it down. We're actually weaving down and to the right. We're going to a new destination. Rather than about the same exact thing. We gotta sauce up the bass line a little bit. It's just very slow. It's 2 bars per thing. Right. At least we can milk it by riffing it. You know? Or just increase the pace of those changes. And I just think we have this ARP, but we can have more of a kind of beautiful lead melody, maybe little female vocals, since that's what everyone loves. Where the male vocal enjoyment at? There's got to be like good male vocals. Right? But that and kind of more chord, just explore the harmony. You know, and that gives you a lot to pivot off from the drop. You know, and just give us a melody, give us a motif, give us something to cling to. Pick out, give us a character. Bye. liked it. Why do I keep sitting through these 4-minute repetitive songs? I should know better. Darn it. Darn it, guys. No, you should know better. Why would I take responsibility for anything? I don't see the reason. Like, it's nice, but I'm not necessarily getting, like, from it. I'm not, like, screaming at it. Heavier distortion. Break the wall of sound. Give me the chaos that lies within your deepest recesses of being. This is about the spark notes. And I also just feel like maybe a little faster BPM. And I don't know, I've been you've been serving me the same. Like, I be going to a fast food restaurant, and I be getting the same hamburger. But it's not even my favorite hamburger. But they keep giving it to me. No, like, it's your strategy is kind of distort noise sub with poppy progression. But I think a lot of the power comes in. We have this sub, we have this riff progression. It could be more riffy, more rhythmic in that way. You know, otherwise we can kind of explore the overtones more. I mean, that's what it's all about. Think about overtones. No, but I'm talking about add some fifths on top. Explore some octaves. Try to build some chords over it. At least try to work them in weird ways, even though it's big distorted. What else? Arpeggios, stuff that's rhythmically driving. You know, all that stuff. Break up the wall sound. I feel like you can get some really fucked up fills. You know, just find the sounds that express and include them. You know, even before you realize about making a presentable and a reasonable thing. Sometimes you just gotta see what's up. Like, sometimes you gotta just, like, carve away at a block of wood for no reason before you can carve a beautiful chair as carpenter for your beautiful cottagecore wife. Why is it in the same key? Fucked up. Why is it anime? It kind of goes crazy though. Hold on. that went. But did it go? No, next time. No, I liked it. It was pretty clean. Felt like there wasn't as much sub in the drop as I wanted. Maybe it was too low. Low pitch, too low volume, low either. The vocal sample isn't my favorite. Maybe if we kind of repitched it to be a little more flush with the rest. So, you know. You know? Kind of repitching it tuned to that note and to the half step. Like, I even think, like, things that you would think are untuned often sound better when they're tuned, I found. So tune the fuck out of everything. Why not? I like the kick. Snare didn't strike me as anything, but it's kind of cool. Intro pretty basic. It's quite a high quality horn, though. But it's really when the claps come in that I'm like, all right, cliche, you know. I do like the snares a little more, though. I know it's dubstep, but let's raise the bar. Let's not repeat our shit twice. More of that pitchman shit. And not really sure if I could tell you much of a difference between the first and second drop. Cool art here. Cool profile.
Always gotta represent, represent. Always gotta represent, represent.
That was enjoyable. And it brought the energy. I think vocal got a little drony, which is easy to do for my ears. Repetitive. As well as, the fuck did I just do? I did something weird. Don't worry about it though. Okay. The other thing is the sub. It hits good on some notes, but it sounds like you're going too low a lot of the time. Maybe that's just me hearing the SoundCloud compression cutting off a lot of sub. Higher than it should be. The other thing is we need to fucking simplify. Right, it's a little overcompressed and over layered to heck. To heck. And it's like it can't really stick to one riff, which is what we need. We gotta tell where the phrase starts and where it ends. And you could hear the overcompression in that the kick is kind of struggling to get through. A little more sidechain. Kick also sounds a little long, maybe. Yeah, just drums aren't really getting through the wall of bass. Sounds cool, but it's not what you want. Like if somebody asked me how that track went, I'd probably be like, wow, wow, wow. But the rest was a blur. And we don't want that to be the case. Like the riff already isn't sticking to one thing, but then you also have all these layers that are kind of going their own way as well. They sound pretty cool, but just if everyone's doing everything, then nothing gets done. You're kind of like reaching over each other, and it's a tangled mess. Just leave something simple, let something move. Do something cool and let that boy groove. Hear the overcompression when the kick, because it sounds compressed. No, it's just how it sounds. I mean, it's a good question, but like, listen, compress the shit out of your mix and hear how it sounds. That is how. I mean, the biggest thing is that it's a brick, right? We can probably have moments of less intensity to make the drops hit harder. But also the fact that the drums just, I don't know, just listen for a compression, experiment on your own. I can't really describe it. It sounds like it's compressed. Sound design, hard to appreciate. Break us out of this dissonant melody loop, please. There we go. At least indicate that. This is pretty nice. Yes, repetitive in a sense. Not the worst repetition ever. I didn't like this. This melody was dissonant. And just kind of repeating. Like, I kind of hear the dissonance. I'm like, oh, what if you spun that dissonance into like crazy beat drop? But then you kind of kept droning it and kind of fading it. But then it came, which was kind of satisfying, but didn't really project that action. You're so close to like actually outlining some chords with your bass. You hear that bow, wow, wow, wow. You're so close. We keep going. You're almost there. Like, it sounds good. There's almost never a time it doesn't sound good, especially when you're laying down melodic bass like this. Like, if we were going really deep and dark, yeah, you probably want to stick to roots and half steps, but we can branch out. And this little bass movement here gives this section a bit more character. But if we really lean in the progression, get even more character, even more different from the rest, and just better. Like, really, like, if you want your music to be well received, examine music that's well received. You know, you don't have to do everything it does. In fact, you probably shouldn't. But look, we got 4-chord looping progressions. We have a lead melody, usually vocal. The beat is danceable, right? Look at the amount of variation. Usually they're less than 3 minutes long. Usually there's 2 to 3 distinct sections with notably different feeling. While this, you kind of have to search for that feeling, right? And you don't want to have to search for that. Yeah, you could use them like a template. That's a great way to get a better understanding of what they're doing. Like, sometimes it's good literally to copy a successful artist or an artist you like piece by piece, shamelessly copy. And like, sure, you might learn sound design, even if it's no effort to you, right? Just the art of copying that will help you understand their mindset going into it, help you integrate that. And honestly, more so than trying to learn their bag of tricks, you want to learn their perspective. Because if you have the right perspective, you'll build what's right musically. Of course, there's always moments where your ear, your perspective won't line up with your skill, but I think that's temporary and a lot more workable, graspable.
Yeah, son. Rockin' old school shit. Yeah. Rockin' old school shit. Rockin' old school shit. Yeah, son. Rockin' old school shit. Yeah. Rockin' old school shit. Rockin' old school shit. Going crazy. We'll be right back after these fucking messages.
This part. The wave you were on for this last section was where we got a beat. Now that this was nice. It just struck me as kind of like break a beat, but that bendy melody, it was unique and it sounded great. I want a little more distinction from the sub. I think a lot of the, like, if you want something real groovy, real funky, real breakbeat, you gotta syncopate it. You gotta not just boom. And get that bass a little more jumping. Get it riff it more. Get them off those roots and half steps. We're having fun out here. I'm getting 90s vibes. Curious.
Rockin' old school shit. Going crazy.
And I don't know, there was nothing really discern here. Like, I think if we riff the bass more, that can be a point of focus. Maybe the vocal a little more up front, a little more sync to the beat. There's some moments it's a little sloppy. And when you say Mr. Bill vibes, kind of right. It makes me want to hear more like textual, rhythmic exploration. Mr. Bill is great. Did you know that?
Going crazy.
Like, I gotta think of like a clickbait headline that'll convince people to watch a video on how to get the fuck off the root note. Like, I don't think all dubstep needs to get off the root note, but it just becomes a habit. And it's just a limitation. You know, some limitations you might not even know you have. All right, I have important news. This little thing on my mic stand, it makes this sound. Thank you. I like that. It had a nice tension, nice dynamic into the drop, which you don't often hear as much as you should. Oh, okay. I feel like the stereo image is a little inconsistent. Some basses wide, some basses narrow. Slightly louder snare, maybe a little clap layer. I've been liking. You know me. You know me. I gotta write down squeaky mic stand sample. No, that'd be excellent content. I just be rant. No, it was funny because I fucked with it and it's like in key. Okay. That's enough of that, but I was having fun with it. I assure you that. Yeah, and these kind of sustained basses coming off a little quiet. Hats can be a little louder. I feel like people have became afraid of hats. No, it's crazy how much it fits. Yeah, and ends up sounding a little weak, just it's quiet. Just get the volumes consistent on the basses. But what I'm surprised is that you have a lot of different basses juggling around, but they all sound good and nice and orderly riffed phrase. Yeah, and the bass hits a little harder on some notes than others as well. Perhaps. And I don't know, fuck with them here. Don't go so crazy in the auto pan. That's for goons. Simply for goons. What? fire. I fucking love that progression. Really, really fire. So fire. That progression made it for me, and just really spammy saws, but in a dope ass way. Should be feeling clean, professional. Maybe a little more confident on the vocal mix back here. Like the intro. Yeah, this part, I liked it from here, but for whatever reason, this didn't give me a strong impression. Outline the chords more, give it more color, less kick build. I don't know when it cut me off and I noticed I was muted, but what is it? It's Zavi ID. There it is. It reminds me of this. Which leads me to maybe say, slam some big ass harps on there. No, I had such a huge like super saw phase, which doesn't exist anymore. No, they go fucking insane sometimes. You gotta earn it though. You gotta earn the right to use the super saw. Like I'm tired of people. It's like you just like, I'm a pianist and you sit down at the piano and just like press random keys. Right? Sure, I built the piano. No, you didn't. You followed a YouTube tutorial. No, no, you get what I mean. It's an instrument. You gotta play that shit. And he plays it here. Thank you for speaking on my behalf. I really appreciate that. That helps everyone. In here, I didn't know you can get this riffy with it. Easy, but I like this. The main riff is nice, and this variation is cool. But I think I needed a transition moment, even if it's just like a corny ass dude coming on and saying switch. That'll do it for me. No, but as corny as those moments can be, I think they're important too. So you got to cue them in. Yes. This variation definitely gets a little chaotic. I would maybe repeat this first half instead of kind of flipping it off again. And I would say, like, I think you can bridge this and your more, like, beat style you've been working on. Like, you can build chords, you can play melodies, you can expand the arrangement off some riffy bass stuff. Or even, this can be the drop and you can take your bass stuff and... No, you could take your beat stuff and have that be the intro and whatnot. Bless. This is nice. This is cool, vibey, Undertale-ish vibe, in a weird way. Dudes, when they hear one Bit Crush sound, is this Undertale? Dudes, when they hear dubstep, is this dubstep? I love just the reversed and Bit Crush sounds. Like, the reverse effect is really simple, but I feel like we don't hear it as much. I mean, you definitely hear it in, like, trap beats, but I think it's effective. Has a nice, eerie feel to it. I was able to enjoy the beat and the kind of just texture atmosphere, but there wasn't necessarily a lot to discern besides that. You know, nothing really phrased in the squelches. I don't even know if I like the squelches. I don't know if they fit the vibe. For me, at least. I get kind of tired of saw squelches after hearing them every day, all day. I want to hear more of those, like, redux basses, though. Those are cool. I like these simple, vibey melodies. The sounds of them are vibey and just have kind of a eerie nostalgia to them. If I were to, like, describe them in a way that sounds dumb as fuck. Examine that sentiment deeply. I'm not sure what it gave me, but I like that. Okay, I'm repeating myself because I think I keep accidentally hitting my fucking mute key in the middle of my sentence. I'll stop that. Promise. Cool picture. That certainly went. Certainly. The arrangement and production sounds are really tight. The main qualm is it doesn't know what key it's in. Doesn't. So this is a whole step too low. It's two semitones, 2 steps below the root, which can kind of be cool. You can go you can really hear that here. Which kind of gives it a really dark feel, but it never resolves. And I love these classic trancey sounds. The other thing is something about the sub sounds a little muddy. It's not very punctual. It's kind of like blurred between the plucks. Something about it. As well as here, for sure, too much sub, and the phrase gets a little directionless. Starts off really hard, but then you realize, oh, it's not, this wasn't a riff, this is noodling. And it just doesn't make sense after that. You know, we gotta repeat. And it does kind of get on the root. It does get on the root for here. It does get on the root I'm talking about. But unfortunately, the kind of harmonics on the bass still make it sound dissonant. Like, you kind of want to hit the 5th and the octave if you're going to be hitting these really harmonic wubby basses with melodics. or else you risk kind of this dissonant sound. But check the key on stuff. It's worth your time, I swear. And C.S. Scott. Sarcasm isn't a desirable trait, and please be constructive with your criticism. Also, this intro is fucking crazy. Has such a vibe to it. But the off-key sample is fucking with my vibe. Okay, Ozzy. Because for fun, you don't need to do mine. I won't. Maybe you shouldn't have said anything. I'm going to look at Ruby Glooms, though. Because for them saying nothing, it likely means they could maybe use the feedback. I don't know. You see my mindset. They got a verified check in their comments. If Ozzy wanted the feedback, he shouldn't have said anything.
Back at him, I'm
Dope. See, something I've talked about in Dudes with Lessons is like, if you're trying to make headbanger shit, you gotta hit those quarter notes, but it doesn't have to be so boring. Maybe it's half notes. I don't know, but because you can do all types of shit. You can chop up all types of rhythms, but as long as it's wub 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 or wub wub wub, just to put emphasis on that, it'll get the heads knocking. To reference Getter. Mix outstandingly clean. It has that classic bro step, fuck ass third harmonic sub. I don't know. I like a little less third harmonic because at times it feels like you're feeling the harmonic more than the actual fundamental of the sub. That makes sense. Feel like in some of these fills you can cut out the sub just to give them more weight. You know, really throw them around with. Or even you can bend the sub around a big sub drop. And I love when you do that pitch and just pitch rhythm messing. Boo, boo, boo. I want to hear more of that for sure. And how are you not laying the big ass siren down on them? No, I don't. For once, I don't think this track needs this big scree because it's so full. The thing is, you have some varied basses. You have different basses, but they all are just like screechy robot type. I'd like to hear if we can get some different textures, maybe more vocal, more guttural, more whatever. Yeah, the sending chromatic lead, I like that because you switched it off in different sounds and kind of played around it in different ways. You kind of treat it as a motif, like I've been talking about way too much lately. I gotta find better ways to talk about that, to communicate that to people. But I think that's important. I think that's really important. You haven't got that. And even though it's the headbang feel to like, bro, I think people want to headbang even more if you give them moments that aren't headbangable. You know? So when it comes, it's like they're happy for it. Gotta make them want it. It's like if you give someone like a piece of cake every day, like, okay, so what? If you let someone have a piece of cake whenever they want, okay, so what? They'll have it all the time. Right? But if you save this special treat only for the Friday of every week, they will want that shit most certainly. That's how Feedback Friday works. If Feedback Friday was every day, there'd be like 2 people in here. Right? There's actually 11. I'm above that. No, look, like it first started and there's a lot of people here. And then it just kind of repeats. It's still Feedback Friday. People are going to leave. They've seen it all, which isn't wrong. No, but you get what I'm getting at. Generic banger. Yeah, it goes as a generic banger. I think to get even more generic and more banger, we need like really like some corny vocal samples. That would really change the game for sure. Nobody in the game is doing this, that's why. That's it though. Fuck Ozzy. Who even is this guy? What? That's so fucked up. Arcadian sound on the watch list. I can't stoop that low. I can respect that. But if you're gonna stoop, you gotta Best be touching the floor. All right. That was a nice clean track to end the night. See, what I need is, right, like I need the good guys in the voice chat teaching the newbies, okay? Maybe I should make an initiative to that. Like if you hang out in the voice chat and teach newbies, like you get a treat from me. You get a picture of Spoon, a framed picture of Spoon. Okay. Peace out, dudes, though. If for some reason you haven't had enough Bunting stream and Flock engagement, Flock Flip is tomorrow. It's a beat battle. So if you're feeling extra competitive and need to prove something, give it a try. Okay, I'll catch you tomorrow. Feedback Friday every week. For eternity. More content is on the way. I've been posting on other platforms. Not much bass music stuff, but I'm plotting. Okay. Let's give you an impression. But peace out, dudes. I'll see you tomorrow at the Flock Flip. And make bangers with love.